Fbg.Live. From touchdowns and concerts to weddings and Christmas parades. Live video production right here in Fredericksburg, Texas. Live, local, here for you. Fbg.Live, capturing your moment for generations to enjoy.
With the purpose to providing quality projects to the local community members. He is honored and appreciative of the opportunity to be able to spend time with the Gillespie County community. Give a hand for our lamb judge today, Clint Cummings. First call, Class 2 fine wheels. First call, Class 2 fine wheels. Attention in the goat barn. If you would like to take pictures with the goat judge, please report to the backdrop.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the crew here and Gillespie County for inviting me and allowing me to be here today. How could you ever say no if they invited you to come to Fredericksburg, right? So I grew up in a small town called Paso Robles, and we're known for grapes and wine, and so I know Fredericksburg is a beautiful place, and so I jumped on the first chance to come here, and my wife is jealous, but she couldn't come. So anyways, thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to be here. What a wonderful class of 6 lambs, and these kids are well-dressed. They're out here, they got some pride, and they've taken a nice job in managing their projects. The presentation looks good. I think we've fed them good. Most of these are going to be yield grade 2s and 3s, so from a market readiness standpoint, from a muscle standpoint, and I think structure and conformation. The lamb we start the class with, I think, wins pretty handily on the 3 basics in terms of I've gotten some muscle, gotten some stoutness, his correctness in terms of his build. I just think relative to the rest of the competition, he just kind of overpowers him and puts himself in a little different ballpark. Nice job to you, young man, and give him a nice big round of applause. I thought the call in the class was maybe in 2nd and 3rd. Maybe next time a little more depth of flank and fill on that lamb, just a little bit. Sometimes he looks like he's a little deeper in his chest, but I thought when that sheep walked in relative to when this sheep walks in, I thought that his squareness on his feet and legs, he's up on his toes, he's pretty level in his design, and the muscle content and the shape, I think he does a nice job. I'd like to drop him in terms of his flank and change maybe his underline, but I think that's a nice sheep. The lamb here in 3rd, I really like the way that he handles. I like his length of loin. I like his length of hip. I like his percentage of hind saddle. I like his depth of flank. I think that sheep from the side profile maybe takes a better picture than that one in terms of all the lines. The problem is when I got in front of him, I thought he was a little narrower in terms of his base, a little more refined in terms of his forearm. I just didn't see the stoutness and dimension in his skeleton underneath as this one that we did. But if you wanted to go back and forth, that wouldn't bother me. The young man's lamb here in 4th. I like the way he handles, again, a growthy type of sheep. I really like his length of hip and length of loin, percentage of hind saddle. Got some bone, got some substance. For me, when he got up out on the walk, just a little more off in terms of his rump. Maybe not quite as angled in his shoulder and as good in terms of his rack, but the basic fundamentals in good sheep, I think there's a lot of good in that one as well if you wanted to move him up. I think the young lady here does a really good job embracing this one, getting him to stick, well presented, handles pretty good. Just thought maybe this sheep just needed a little more dimension when we got behind him. Probably the major difference is we got a little more weight break in this class, so that kind of works to his disadvantage if we maybe had more sheep that were relative to his weight, but this is what happens when you have a little smaller numbers, but a high quality sheep. And then here's another one I think could move up, just needs more time on feed, a little more maturity, a little more condition, a little filler up a little bit more, and I think this sheep could make his way farther up in the class. So a wonderful set of kids, a great set of lambs. You should be proud of them. Show them your appreciation with a big round of applause.
Results from Class 1 finals. In 1st place, Jet Backus. 2nd, Emma Geiswhite. 3rd, William Spate. 4th, Kelton Bush. 5th, Kaylin Woolsey. And 6th, Jackson Peschick. First call, Class 3.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Attention in the goat barn. If you have a goat you would like to floor, you have 15 minutes to get it to the cattle wash rack to the trailer. If you have a floor goat, you have 15 minutes to get it to the trailer that is in the cattle wash rack. Attention in the lamb barn. The floor price for lambs this year will be $2.10.
What a great class. And I didn't pull any of them off the walk in the beginning because when they first walked in, I'm like, man, these are 8 very, very nice fine wolves. But yet there wasn't just one that you're like, wow, that one just out there that's really, really good, even though these are very, very good. So I wanted to study them, go through them. And by no means the ones that are 6th, 7th, and 8th, that just shows you the power of this class, and you could go back and forth. And I think there's things that we could talk about in these top 3 that if you didn't agree with me, I don't have any problem with this. I do think, though, of the class, I do believe that you should fall on these top 3. And of those top 3, I think for me, in terms of completeness and correctness and confirmation, and getting enough stoutness and width, and then the angulations of the shoulder, I'd like to take things of other ones, but these are 3 very, very good sheep, and I'll try to tell you why I came up. The top 2, all 3 of these handle with really good muscle. They're opened up, they got dimension, they got structure. I think from a yield grade standpoint and a composition cutability standpoint, I think they're all very similar and very close. The top 2, when this one walks out, I like his proportions in terms of his height, length, and width. I love that he's the easiest striding. I love his body shape. I love his width. The problem is his shoulder structure all of a sudden goes, how does it lay on his skeleton? This one I wish was a little longer striding from behind. This one wants to pull back. But when I study him in terms of the angulation to their shoulder, the way it comes into their spine, and the way he is with the chest, and the squareness and dimension, he to me is the best sheep in regards of conformation, correctness, quality, openness, dimension. Could we put a little bit more of this in him? Yeah. Could we put a little more of this in him? Yeah. But then I thought there's a trade-off between the neck and the shoulder and the angulation to the blade. I think those are 2 phenomenal sheep. Give those 2 kids a big round of applause, and if you wanted to split them either way, it wouldn't bother me. Nice job to you, young lady, and nice job to you, young man. The young lady in 3rd, this sheep from here back, man, I dig this one. Like the way he handles over his loin and the content and the muscle, still has some percentage and length. He looks weathered, he looks showy. I like everything about him. It's when we get him outside of a hard brace and start to evaluate the way his chine and the angle to his blade and the squareness in the way that comes to the mid-side of his shoulder, and the way this whole thing needs to be a little bit more reconstructed for me. It gets a little high here, the angle here, and then the shape. But from here back, that one's phenomenal, and I love him. He doesn't want to cooperate quite as nicely either, but if you had him up a little bit farther, that wouldn't bother me either. Nice job to you, young lady, and a really good one and very well presented. I think these are close right here. I think this one has a handling advantage right here in terms of the way that he handles. I thought this one, when I studied him underneath at the ground, base width, structure, dimension, and still having some length of loin and length of hip, I just thought there was more structure and base width and stoutness. I just really like to change the way, or add the way this sheep handles here and the boldness to his forerib, but from here back, I like. Great class, a great set of young people. You've taken a tremendous amount of pride in putting it together. Again, a lot of gives and takes, a lot of good animals. Give them a nice big round of applause.
Results from Class 2 fine wolves. Anthony Eilers 1st, 2nd, Jacqueline Ray, 3rd, Taylin Toch, 4th, Bowen Backus, 5th, Emma Geisweit, 6th, Sydney Jones, 7th, Hadley Maynor, and 8th, Fia Young.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer. The family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
And they're well dressed and they're well prepared. I found out in this fine wheel deal, you know, some kids don't name their animals. They come out of a certain pen, but this young man, he named his animal Biggie because his brother has a lamb that's smaller and his name is Tiny. So that's good. I like that. But this class is a little different than the last class, and we could go a little bit longer and let these kids stay out here a little bit longer, but they get to do showmanship. But I think this kind of just lines up, and I think the decision in this class is basically 4th and 5th. I think 2 very nice sheep, got a little more structure and dimension. But if you're around livestock and you like good livestock and this one walks in, this one should get your heart rate going a little bit, because this one is kind of how I like them and how everybody should like them. And whether we're talking sheep, goats, cattle, hogs, dogs, horses, whatever, this one has the right structure. Like out on the corners, up on his toes, his proportions, his width, his dimension, his structure. He weighs 55. He's bad to the bone. I like the shit out of him. Good luck with him because he's really, really good. So the one in second, I think, is another one that's really, really nice. Built similar to him, but when you start getting on it, start studying this one, and this one's really good. He's just a league different in terms of width, dimension, structure, body deal, and he's really good. So nice job to you, and a very, very good one, and good luck to this one as you move him on. And then we get in third, and this is a good sheep. He's got some length of body, he's got some length of loin, some length of hip. He's pretty good on his feet and legs. It's the problem is when you run up against those two, he's just not built the same. Yeah, we just got to change the way he's built in terms of the underlying structure and foundation. But a great set of kids, a very nice set of lambs, a big-time one to win, a really good one to go in second. Give these kids a big round of applause.
First call, Class 1, Fine Wool Cross. First call, Class 1, Fine Wool Cross. Second call, Class 1, Fine Wool Cross. Second call, Class 1, Fine Wool Cross.
What an outstanding final show, and all of these have tremendous quality. We talked about the lightweights and that sheep, and I think there's some similarities to him, and the heavyweight probably doesn't quite have the substance in terms of dimension, in terms of form and lower skeletal width, but to have some base width and some structure and some muscle, lays on there pretty good. I think this one has a bright future as you continue to go on. Young lady, I think that's a very nice sheep that if we get him in the right class and we drop him in his flank, kind of get that sheep to pick up and give you his neck, kind of stretch him out a bit and level him in terms of his rump, I think that one might catch somebody's attention as you go on longer. I think this one right here is very, very interested in what he presents. If we can kind of get this one to quit being a knucklehead and want to show and get after it, you know, maybe lengthen him out, freshen him up in his hide just a little bit, and get that sheep maybe on a hot walker where he wants to go, because he just doesn't want to cooperate today. But that is a better sheep than I think what he entails and presents. So I think there's little things that we can add to this one and work on and go to the next level and might be able to collect some success. And I was telling this young lady, you know, his proportions in terms of height, length, and width from his forerib back, this is what we're trying to create at home. I love that length of body. I love that body shape. I love the length of that muscle and the shape of that muscle and the volume of that muscle. And those things are so, so hard to do. And if we could reconstruct that just a little bit. But again, if you had that one first, I wouldn't bother you. There's so many things from a breeder's perspective that I get cranked about that one. Like if you start taking that one and we add stuff like that, you know, the problem is if you took those together at that size, he'd probably weigh 200 pounds, so then automatically we've got to moderate him. But at home, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take that and put them together and keep them moderate and make them walk around like you're like, yeah, that one grabs my attention. That's not easy to do. It's a lot easier to sit here and talk about it, but those are decisions. But boy, if you got those in your mind and that's what you're trying to do, man, this is going to be fun in raising sheep. And then the one in second, again, I thought was similar to that one in his build and blueprint, but just not the foundation, not the dimension, and not the structure. So when it comes down to it, I think there's one that wins pretty easy, and then I think there's three of them that you'd have to pick for reserve, and one of them can't be reserved because it's second. But as I study him as an individual that looks similar to that one, we're going to pick this guy. We're going to pick you to be champion. So nice job to you. And we're going to pick this one to reserve. Nice job to you.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles, new and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at VogelTractors.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our battling billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Billy Pride Uber Alice.
Weight in our fine wool crosses. I think all 6 of them are good kinds of sheep. I told the young man there at the end, I think that's a sheep that's got a bright future, just needs more time on feed. Again, this is a good class. I think there's some quality. I think the top 4, kind of how you wanted to line them up. I'd like to take the first and second sheep together. But I told myself this is a show, and this one looks like a show sheep. And that's why you're going to win this class, young lady, because his neck setting's right, his shoulder blade's right, his top line is right. And I think for the kind of sheep he is, I'm going to throw you a mulligan and say this one's enough with the base and got enough spring or rib. How's that sound? This is a very, very nice sheep to win the class. Give this young lady a nice big round of applause as she brings the show sheep in class that's good looking, that I think has enough muscle. The one that's probably the overall most complete sheep is this guy here, because he reads with the factors in terms of base width, dimension, structure, and has muscle. He just does not want to cooperate. Like when he gets out, he doesn't want to give you his neck, and it looks like he gets a little up in his top. If we could kind of fix this sheep and get him to cooperate and get him where his head is up and he wants to strut out and walk and work, I think this sheep is built extremely good. We just got to change those little things. So that's a decision. You could go back and forth. That's the one I made, because we got to make a decision and keep rolling. Let's give those 2 kids a big round of applause as they bring 2 really nice sheep that could go either way. I think this sheep probably looks more like the first place sheep, good looking and kind of runs uphill and length of body, levelness of design. But when I started studying the way his muscle laid on his skeleton, I'd like to open him up at the top of his rump. I'd like to make him more dimensional in terms of his loin. But I thought that was a good confirmation, good looking sheep. And I think the longer this one gets on feed, I think he's going to get better. So give that young man a nice big round of applause as he brings a nice one in third. And if you like this sheep in 4, I like this sheep in 4. I like her squareness. I like her proportions. I like her dimension. My concern is she's a lightweight sheep, and she's got quite a bit of condition on her. So she's probably already a yield grade 3. And if she's a lightweight sheep and already has that kind of condition on her, that concerned me in terms of continuation of lean growth. And then the other thing was I had to make a decision, and is she enough? Is she acceptable? Or does she have too much? And the thing that I have is when we get her outside of a hard brace and I study her in terms of her condition over his forerib, and then when I get in front of her and study her chest floor to elbow pocket to forearm, I think maybe some of that width and thickness is more degree of finish than it is in terms of width to base at the ground. I didn't see the foundation to support the muscle that looks on top, and so I had to make a decision. But I think you've done an outstanding job in presenting that one and showing that one. Give that young lady a nice big round of applause as well. I like this one. He's good heighted. He looks pretty good braced. He's pretty level in terms of his design. Again, a lightweight sheep. When we get him out of the brace and walk him, I start studying his shoulder blade. He kind of runs downhill, his length of cannon. There's a few things, and then all of a sudden, he's probably bigger here than he is here, and he's a little more opened up than he is. So all of a sudden now, angles and proportions and width carrying in the right way concerns me a little bit. But there's some superlatives about this one that I like. His hide. He's got fuzzy legs. He kind of looks trendy. Just like to change the composition of his kind and then the continuation in terms of growth as a lightweight sheep. But nice job to you. I think you've done a nice job in presenting this one. And then what do we name this one again? Some movie? Yosemite Sam. I thought it was Yosemite Sam, but he said Yosemite Sam. Good heighted, level design, long hipped, good hind saddle. Like the shape and muscle to this one. Pretty good on his feet and legs. I think you just start putting this one on 4, 5, 6 pounds a day, blow him open, get his rib going. I think you could change that one a bunch. Good set of sheep, great set of kids. They look good. Be proud of them. Give them a nice big round of applause and appreciate them being here.
Results from Class 1 Fine Wool Cross. First, J.C. Jones. Second, Landon Jacoby. Third, Coda Zamora. Fourth, Rayleigh Byer. Fifth, Piper Schroeder. And sixth, Jackson Peschick. First call, Class 3 Fine Wool.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Caden Claypack, we need your Class 3 fine wool cross to the holding area. Caden Claypack, we need your Class 3 fine wool cross to the holding area.
So, I got a favor to ask, and if you would join me. I didn't recognize the American flag until about a class or two ago. And when I was a 4-H, when you were growing up, you'd say the Pledge of Allegiance. I guess every day I could say the Pledge of Allegiance, but every day I'm not around a community. So if you would join me in the flag salute, we'd stand up and we'd say the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you guys join me? And I'll start it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. That sounds good to me. I like that. Good class. I like this one a bunch. Like when he walks out, you sit there and go, whoa. His height is right, he touches right, his feet and legs are right, he's out on the corners, he's square built, like he is dialed in. He looks really, really good. I like that one a bunch. Nice job. We'll talk about him when he comes out in the champion drive, but it's going to take a really, really good one to beat that one. But congratulations on the time spent, the presentation, whoever bred him, everybody around him. I like that one a bunch. He's a hard one to breed. You've got him dialed in. Give that young lady and the crew behind it. That one's really, really good. And then the one in second. Now, this is hard to do, though. We're trying to do this at home. Take that one and make them walk around like that one, right? Just add that little extra poof, right? Make them walk just a little bit like that. It's not easy to do, when you put that kind of structure, that kind of dimension. But if we train that one to walk out, get a little faster, keep his head up, right? And he gives you that illusion, that one's really, really good. The problem is I like the blueprint of this one. I like the way he walks around. I like the levelness. I like the flexibility, but not the structure, not the foundation, not the dimension. But because of your extra advantages in terms of quality and showiness, allows them to move past this one in third that probably has a little more dimension in terms of structure. Doesn't handle as fresh, doesn't get out on the walk, but I think that's a close pair. I just thought like in the first class, this one just presents a little bit more look. But if you think that one has more structure and more dimension, I'm not going to argue with you, and you can split the pair if you want. Let's give those three ladies a nice big round of applause as they bring three really nice sheep. And I think this one, when you handle him, I like the muscle shape, the content, the length of his top, the length of his hip, the percentage in terms of hind saddle. I think that one portrays a little bit, but when you start studying maybe forerib and dimension to cage, chest floor to flank, and openness of skeleton just needs a little bit more, but very well presented, very well fed, and this makes a nice project for you, so congratulations to you as well. And this young man right here, and I'm not going to embarrass you, but I've been asking weights, and he didn't know the weight of his lamb in the last class, so I shared with him that proper preparation prevents piss poor performance, the 7 P's, which I still don't get right, but he actually knew the weight of this lamb in this class, so he worked on the 7 P's, and he was ready to go. Another good lamb, level, got some extensions, some frame. Probably want to fill this one up a little bit more, give it more dimension, body shape, more width in the skeleton at the ground. And he's kind of a little bit of a pain to show, but you stood out here, you did good. Give this young man a big round of applause as well as he brings a highly presented one. And then we got a one here that I like the skin on this one. I like the moderation of frame. I like the openness in terms of skeleton. It's just when this sheep gets out on the walk, the angles, the progressions, It just needs to flow a little bit better. If you wanted to move him up a couple, that wouldn't bother me. Just like to stouten that one up in terms of his underlying structure relative to the muscle and change the correctness in terms of the way he moves. But nice job in presenting him and making him look good. This young lady is going to be an Aggie, and she's a volleyball player, and she's a freshman, right? So I like it. Believe and good luck in your dreams. She's got a good one here, long, level, square. So probably need to fill this one up a little bit more. This one gets a little more time on feed. I think that one has a bright future as well. Great set of kids, a phenomenal one to start the class, and some good ones here in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Give them a big round of applause and appreciate their time.
Results from Class 2 Fine Wheel Cross. First, Kendall Staling. Second, Adeline Eilers. Third, Kaylin Woolsey. Fourth, William Spate. Fifth, Coda Zamora. Sixth, Nolan Bond. And seventh, Allison Lindig.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
What a great class, and two really good individuals, a lot of fun to judge, very, very outstanding, and do things to a very high degree, but yet they're different. And we've been talking today about how they're built at the ground. This one in terms of short pastured, up on its toes, proportions in terms of length, width, and height. Her body shape's probably as good as anyone we've seen, and yet to maintain that kind of body shape and that length of body, and yet still measure with that length of loin. I'm not going to say she's the longest hip, but that's a pretty impressive hip and a hind leg to put in one that's moderate and that good body and out on the corners and up on her toes. We'll judge them as market lambs, and I like her with the base. I like her structure. She's good in terms of her chest, and for that kind of body shape, that blade angles in there pretty good. Would we, if we judged her as a female, would we want to maybe make it a little more angular in there? Yeah, but that's very, very hard to do. You can talk about things theoretically, but then you talk about things basically, and basically this one does a lot of things that are exciting, fun to judge, hard to breed. Give this young man and whoever behind this one a nice big round of applause. This is one of the more interesting pieces that we've had come walk through here, and very, very nice. When this lamb walked in, I thought, yeah, this young man brings me another one, because where I would pick on that one just a little bit, this one is where I would probably fix it. Like when you study the way this one walks, again, he's not quite as moderate, but he's moderate, and his proportions in terms of length, width, and height are good. I'd probably want to open him up just a little bit more up front, but it's a fine line to make him walk around, opened up, cracked open, have the angle of that blade, the way it lays in there, and then the continuation of growth and look, and to carry his presence. His length of hip is a little bit better. He probably from behind could maybe track a little wider. But the compelling factor for me compared to the two was when I got in front of him. I just thought from a weather standpoint, this one wasn't opened up enough, square enough in terms of his width, opened up in terms of his knee, and didn't have enough dimension in terms of his forearm. If I could take the angularity and the extension of front end and lay it on that deal right there with that kind of openness, whew, but that's fun. I mean, we're close. And those are two really, really good sheep. And if you wanted to change them and say, well, that one's a little fresher and better in his hide, he's a little cleaner in terms of his condition, you like his angularity and continuation, just thought there was more dimension, more structure, but two outstanding sheep. Give these two individuals a big round of applause, and the breeders for a wonderful pair. And young lady, you got a really good, nice sheep in third. I mean, to be at the county fair level and to bring one out like that, the proportions, width, length, height, dimension, structure, these are market lambs. The problem is when you study those two compared to this one, they're just built different. Does that make sense? They're just more opened up at the top of their rump. They're more dimensional in the way they walk from behind. But you're close. I don't think your blueprint's too far off. You've done a wonderful job with him. Give that young lady a big round of applause as she brings a nice one to go in 3. And I thought 4 and 5, because I pulled 5 of them in this class, and I thought the blueprint when they walked in was out on the corners, up on their toes, square in their build, level in their design, their neck settings are right, they fit the right blueprint. These two right here, the difference was I thought this one handled a little better in terms of yield grade cutability, and I thought this one maybe had a little more width and dimension, but he concerned me a little bit in terms of the way that he handled, and I needed to make a decision. If you wanted to go back and forth between those two, there's things that I like about this one better, but I thought this one was just a little trimmer and a little better in terms of cutability. But give those two young ladies a nice round of applause as they got pulled off the walk because they bought two really correct, nice kind of sheep. And then we got 3 of them down here that are nice sheep. Good county fair lambs. I think that one has a bright future. Like if you fill him up and you give him more feed, just his touch, his hide, his presentation, just in terms of his skin quality is one that makes you think. And if we change that one, the way he walks around and he grabs the attention, I think that one has a bright future. Got to freshen these two up just a little bit, get them on feed, get them more and change their structure. But excellent set of young people, a really fun pair to judge, but be proud of them and show your appreciation with a big round of applause because they've worked really hard with these projects and done really good.
First call, Class 1 Southdowns. First call, Class 1 Southdowns. Results of Class 3 Fine Wool Cross. In first, Caden Claypack. Second, Quentin Cox. Third, Thea Young. Fourth, Abigail Bond. Fifth, Emma Bond. Sixth, Cecile Peschick. 7, Clayton Kanazy. And 8, William Spate.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles. New and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at FbgLive.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
a lot of fun to do these crosses, and they're really, really good. This one walked in, and I thought, wow, right? The skin, the touch, the hide, handle that one, and you're like, And then the structure and dimension. And then when you walk something like this one in, that maybe not quite as good in its hide and fresh, but boy, when you watch them walk, that one's body shape, with the base, dimension. Like when this one first walks in, you go, that one's a little round. But then you start studying, that one's round-bodied but square-built. And then when you study them walk, the dimension of this one's skeleton and structure and center body, and to be moderate, this one's really nice. Nice job to you, young man, and you'll be the champion cross in this division. And you'll be reserved. Nice job to you.
Your champion fine wool cross is exhibited by Caden Claypack, and your reserve champion fine wool cross is exhibited by Kendall Staley.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Philly Pride Uber Alice.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles. New and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at VogelTractors.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Philly Pride Uber Alice.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Place is a young lady on the end, and then first place is this young lady here. Congratulations to y'all. And then if I can get the two intermediates here. These two kids did a phenomenal job. If you watch them showing, there's no one that shows better than these kids, I'm convinced. Asked them the same questions that I did the seniors, and they knew their stuff as well. And I will say the one that wins this knew more than all the other kids combined. They answered every single question perfectly. So in second place is this young man right here. And then in first place, knowing everything about our chickens, is this young lady right here. Congratulations. And then we'll bring the beginners up here. So several things. I'll tell you the questions I asked them, then I'll tell you what I looked for in these individuals. Tell me what you do in a day in your chicken pen. I want to see, are they out there? What are they doing? Do they know their stuff? Both of them did. And what did you do today? What did you do today to take care of your chickens? And both of them knew feed, water, take care of them, be by the pen, be present, make sure their pen's clean. They both knew that. And then also, what feed do you feed? It was a very, very close between these two individuals.
First call, Class 2 Southdowns. First call, Class 2 Southdowns.
really good class here in our lightweight Southdown class, and I think all 8 of them are good sheep. I think there's a pair of them that just kind of fit, and then I just think there's one that's just a little better than other ones, and maybe he just cooperates a little bit better, but both of these are square. They're out on the corners. They got some muscle. They got some thickness. Their proportions work really well. Very well presented, very well fed. Outstanding individual. You should be proud of that one. Give that young man a big round of applause, and the breeders behind him. Very, very nice. And this one's not being as cooperative, but I think if we got him a little better and not being stiff-necked and got that sheep to walk around, because he actually handles a little bit better than that one. When you look squareness of muscle and dimension, like we break this one in terms of getting him to walk around, I think that one could be really competitive as well. What a nice pair, well presented, look great. Good job to both of you. Then in 3rd and 4th, I think you could go back and forth. I just thought in terms of show sheep, market lambs, lightweight class, I just thought this one was a little more moderate in terms of its depth, a little trimmer in terms of cutability, probably presented itself just a little bit more like a market lamb. We fill that one up in the mid part of his rib cage and drop it down just a little bit. I think that's an awfully nice one to go in 3rd. Good kind of market lamb, probably looks more like a brood ewe today. A little deeper, but I think, and I like that in terms of body volume. I just like to clean her up in terms of her yield grade, clean her up in terms of condition, cutability, but a stout, wide one that's got muscle, a lot of good in terms of productivity. And that one, if you wanted to switch that pair, I wouldn't bother at all. A nice one here in levelness and squareness, just to change her and give her more dimension and structure. Really good 3 down here. These kids have done a nice job in terms of presentation, did a good job in terms of showmanship. Move things around maybe in terms of finish, give them more fill, change their structure, but a great set of kids, and you should be proud of them. Nice job to all of you. Give them a big round of applause.
Results from Class 1 Southdowns. In 1st, Corbin Kuntz. 2nd, Presley Nix. 3rd, Crease Sellers. 4th, Kennedy Chamberlain. 5th, Colton Cromer. 6th, Josie Bush. 7th, Colton Cromer. And 8th, Grace Lackey. First call, Class 3 Southdowns. First call, Class 3 Southdowns.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Great class here. A lot of fun to judge. I've talked in the last classes that some of them are challenging, a little different to judge. I'm going to tell you, of 5 really good ones in here, when you study Southdowns or lightweight animals and continuation of growth, you get in front of this one right here, like the squareness in his toes and the elevation in his chest and his forearm, and yet to read with that good a body shape and angle in here and then trot around, so hard to make him walk like that, to have openness, and then his body shape to have that kind of length. I think his proportions, I think his width, dimension, length, I think he's as good as any sheep that I've seen walk in here to walk around like that, be opened up at the corners, and still have some substance and dimension. I read this one that you lay more on him and get more condition and get him in show shape. Like, you get the right judge that understands how they're supposed to be built. I think that one in his breed, in his weight thing, can play at a high level. Maybe we need to get a little more fuzz on his legs, and maybe we need to get a little more condition. But if you find somebody that knows and breeds them and does this stuff, that one wins really easy in this class for me, because that is really, really good livestock. Congratulations to you, young lady. Congratulations to the crew behind this one. And congratulations whoever raised that one. And I don't know how you could cut that one, but like, that one is built right. Nice job to you, and good luck to the future with that one. Give her a big round of applause. I'm a big, big fan of that one. Second and third, I think, are similar. They're opened up, they're more dimensional, they're a little bit more mature in their kind than that one. But if we took when this one hits when it's in the same condition as these, whoa. The difference between these is I think if you wanted to say they're wider, yes, they're a little stouter, yes, maybe have a little more muscle, yes, but they're not built as good. Like, all of a sudden, they go from being muscular and shapely and wide and stout to getting a little bit round for me. Both really good individuals, but you start studying their shoulder blades, the way they angle. You study his shoulder blade. I thought between the two that are very similar, I thought this one had an advantage in terms of yield grade, cutability, and I like the way that one touches. I like this one really good from his last rib back. He's big loin, he's long hipped, he's long hind saddle. I like that width and thickness about him. I'd like to make him more pronounced right here. I'd like to angle his blade, and I'd like to clean him up in his condition. That's probably my biggest thing is make him more expressive here, change him in terms of his condition, and he gets second. But those are 2 really good Southdown sheep that are hard to breed. Give those 2 kids a nice big round of applause. And then this young man walks in with one that looks similar to the one that you showed in the fine wool crosses, right? But the difference is this one is really good and has the similar, but it's hard when you make them like that, because she looks rounder to me than the other one was square to put that kind of stuff on him. I'd like to change her in terms of her degree of condition. I think for this weight size, she's a little bit moderate, but there's so many things that this one does, but just not to the hilt of that other one. Like, that other one was longer hips, square here at the corners, and tracked out. Similar in terms of kind, but this one to me reads as a lightweight Southdown already kind of done. Too quick in terms of her kind, change her in terms of condition, but that thing is very, very nice and does a lot of things that are very, very good. Congratulations to you, young man, as well, whoever bred that one. And then this one right here, the basic fundamentals. I like this one's length of loin, length of hip, nice shape, good dimension. When he walks around, he's a little bit off in terms of his rump structure. Could be just a little better there when he walks, but if we would work with that sheep, kind of tone him up here just a little bit, change him in terms of his rump structure, I think that one could be a highly, highly high-quality sheep as well. Great set of kids, a lot of fun to judge, really, really good one that's well-built that I think that has a bright future ahead of them. Give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Results from Class 2 Southdowns. In first, Kaylin Woolsey. Second, Jalen Jones. Third, Hanson Eilers. Fourth, Caden Claypack. Fifth, Harlan Eilers. Sixth, Collins Rich. 7, Sterling Schneider. 8, Tinley Jacoby. And 9, Augustus Seelig. First call, Class 4 Southdowns. First call, Class 4 Southdowns. Second call, Class 4 Southdowns. Second call, Class 4 Southdowns. Caden Claypack and Briggs Bowers. We need y'all's Class 4 Southdowns to the holding area. Caden Claypack and Briggs Bowers, need your Class 4 Southdowns to the holding area.
Another really good class, and top to bottom, they're all good. We even fill that one up that we ended the class with and get into heavier class. I think that one with more time on feed. Really like the young man's lamb that we start this class with. I thought both of them are opened up, dimensional, out on the corners. Just love this one's top line in terms of length, width, and height, body shape. But he really comes together. His muscle lays on his spine and skeleton just a little more correct than this one. The edges of his loin, really good rump, deep butted. Maybe clean him up just ever so slightly, but I think that one's opened up, square, level, athletic looking, has a really good look, really an outstanding sheep put in any breed. Nice job to you, young man, whoever put that one together and bred him. You management, give that young man a nice big round of applause. That's a really, really nice one to win this class. The basic fundamentals, I think, are similar. Height, width, dimension, openness of skeleton. Like the muscle that stays in there and there's angles to it. I'd like to change him here and just make more dimensional. Make it sit a little neater on top of his spine. Might make him a little fuller in terms of his rump. But I still thought that sheep was a little better in his chest and a little neater when I got right up in front of that one compared to that one. But ever so slightly, just like to change this one here more like that one. But two really good sheep, highly well presented, high quality, tough to breed, very, very nice pair. And nothing against the young man in third. And when this one walked in, neck setting, levelness, all looked good. But all of a sudden you start realizing he's not as big here. We get here outside of a hard brace. He's not as dimensional. He's loading a little bit more. And then when you get down here and study the fundamentals, you realize he's a little more refined in terms of his foot. He's the narrowest in terms of his form, and he's the narrowest based with the most condition, so automatically he's going to close up and not have the structure. But a good-looking one that's level, I think there's a lot of good things in that one, and that one will have a bright future. Nice job to you, young man. This one in 4, there's so many good things about this one from here forward. He's as good of them in any class. His rack shape, the angle to his blade, his openness in terms of distinction. The problem, though, is when I study him, he's every bit as big here as he is here. Need to open this rump structure up, open him in his lower skeleton, and then automatically that sheep wedges and progresses better. But that sheep's he's up on his toes, he's got a good look to him. Again, his progressions in terms of width at the top side of his skeleton and the bottom side of his skeleton don't quite match the first. But I think that there's a lot of good, and good luck with that one. Good hided, good skinned, well presented. You do a great job in showing that one. That one touches good, but all of a sudden, this one kind of closes at the ground. Got to open that one up so slightly, angle it in terms of more dimension and structure, and then automatically we're going to have more hip. Automatically we're going to change the body shape of that one. Got to make that one at the fundamentals square. For a county fair, that one's really good. The problem is you got some power in this one, and they're probably going to a higher level. But this one's neck, this one's forerib, this one's proportions. There's things about that one that I really like. Just got to change that one at the ground and make it more dimensional, square, and a little more forearm. Great class. Give these young individuals a big round of applause. Really, really good class and a fun one to judge. However, though, when you study them and you look at them, and there's really good things about the 1 and 2, and there's really good things about 1 and 3, but this one just kind of in a little different league in terms of width and dimension and structure and angles and muscle. I like his proportions. He might, and I like long-bodied sheep, but he might be just a tick too long, but I still, for him to hold that together with body shape and the amount of width and thickness and the way he walks around the ring, I think that is a tremendous individual. Nice job to you, whoever's behind this one, whoever bred that one. That is really, really good livestock. Give that young man a big round of applause and being really, really good. Second and third, really close, and I do like this one. This one's a little more angular, and I like her front end and the shape to her blade and her forerib. I like the amount of shape and dimension. When you compare that one to this one, when you take this one's chine bone and shove it in here and its neck setting and its shoulder blade, it sits in here square, and the angle to its blade's better and better in its chest. That one's better because it's bigger rumped and tracks out with more natural width. So that's where I like this one is this one is longer, is not so much longer, bigger and fuller in his rump and tracks out wider and square. But I thought this one had an advantage in cutability, yield grade, and I really like the way this one's put together. We make that one a little bigger rumped or wider, and we make that one track a little bit better or wider from behind. Whew, so many good things. Again, a phenomenal looking sheep. Like so many things about that one. Nice job to the breeder and the one that backs on this one. The 1 and 3, I really like this sheep right here. When you look at that one from his last rib back, I mean, that one expands, he's dimensional, he's got some length of hip, he stays full to his rump, he tracks out wide, he's got a good look in terms of his length of body, in terms of his rib design. When we get off of this one, though, he gets a little bit high in his chine, gets a little out in terms of his blade, and doesn't sit in there in terms of his chine in the way that we angle that, and just offsets him a little bit, and then he could be just a little read a little better for me there. But that's being really critical of a very, very good one. Highly well presented, so many good things about him. Again, I just changed that about him in that area. Maybe give him a tick more bone, but he's so flexible and so good. That's a big call, a real close call. But those are 3 really, really good sheep. Give those 3 kids a big round of applause of bringing Reeve 3 really nice ones. And then the 1 and 4, out on the corners, he's opened up. Again, his proportions in terms of width, length, and height, it fits for a ruminant animal. His length of loin, his length of hind saddle, again, probably for comparatively, open this one at the top of his rump, change this one here in the angle to his blade, open him up down low, and make him square when we study him up front. But boy, I really think that's a very, very nice sheep. Thought about moving this sheep up farther because his proportions, length, width, height, it all sits in there. He walks around the ring. The problem is when I got the 5 or 6 of them together, he was the narrowest based, he was the deepest through his chest, he was the plainest there, and I'd like to change him in those areas. But that is a really, really good sheep that brings a lot of tremendous pieces. Length of hip, length, width, and height, body shape. Again, just like to change his blade, openness in terms, and the way his chest ware sits in there. Great class, awesome one to win, really good one in second and third. Super like the ones in 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are awfully good. Great kids, give them a big round of applause.
First call, Class 1 hair sheep. First call, Class 1 hair sheep. Results of Class 4 Southdown. In first, Briggs Bowers. Second, Caden Claypack. Third, Presley Nix. Fourth, Jackson Weiss. Fifth, James Eckert. Sixth, J.C. Burrow. Seventh, Anders Eckert. Eighth, Colton Kanazy. And ninth, Gavin Weiss. Connor Schmidt and Harper Druenmiller, we need your Class 1 hair sheep to the holding area. Connor Schmidt and Harper Druenmiller, we need your Class 1 hair sheep to the holding area.
I thought your fine wools were really good. I thought your crosses were really good, but your Southdown show has been tremendous. And I would imagine that there's animals in here that'll go on to Texas majors that could play at a high level. Interesting, I'm asked to judge these as market lambs. There's one of them that I like really, really well. There's the other two that I think are really good. But I do think there's two of them that fit together as a pair and look market ready for market weathers at a market show. I think there's one that if we get more fuzz on its legs, which I don't really care, but I know it's a big deal. But if we lay about, I don't know, a tenth, maybe 1,500ths more on that one's body, and we get that one managed right, I think that one can play at a high level in regards to his breed. So it's a give and take. I'm still in love with this sheep right here. I mean, like when you study this one's front end, I mean, what we're trying to do at home in terms of our blueprint, I mean, this one just screams what we're trying to do. Like to get one that is opened up, so youthful in terms of his chest, still good in terms of his form, to get that neck setting and shoulder blade, but yet lay, to get your chine bone to lay in that thing so correctly and roll that thing out of there and have that thing come like that. I mean, I think that is a beautiful piece of livestock. I think he's borderline having enough condition for market readiness, but I think you work on that one. I think you've got a high level to play, because that one skeletally, to me as a breeder, does so many things that are hard to do. I just don't think he's ready today in terms of condition or finish. But give this young lady and the breeder behind that one a big round of applause, because there's so many things about where that one brings whatever you're doing. We make them stout, we make them wide, but boy, when you can put that together and understand how hard the rest of this stuff is hard to do. But I think we got a pair of them here that we can go back and forth that kind of fit the mold of what market readiness, the condition, the stoutness, the body. We get these fired up and they look good. They still look pretty good on the walk, but when you put one like that, but still not quite put together. But as I study both of them, and you could go back and forth, but I just think there's one that's a heavyweight market lamb. Young man, you will have the champion Southdown weather here today. Nice job. And you will have reserve grand. Nice job to you.
Your champion Southdown is exhibited by Briggs Bowers. Your reserve champion Southdown is exhibited by Knox Pageant.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles. New and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at FbgLive.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Billy Pride Uber Alice.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles, new and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at VogelTractors.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Billy Pride Uber Alice.
First call, Class 2 hair sheep. First call, Class 2 hair sheep.
Really, really good class and lots of quality all the way down. Thought there was some gives and takes, but again, when I get back to like we get in the, even though these are hair sheep, I thought this one's proportions in terms of length, width, and height, body shape, length of loin, length of hip, really got a big rump, really got a tremendous amount of muscle from behind, still pretty good in his rack, like him compositionally. I think that's a really good kind of market animal to start the class. The one in second, and it's like with any livestock, when we shorten those things up, we're going to make them look stronger in her top. And she's a little more moderate in terms of her length, but boy, really good in her top line, pretty good on her feet and legs, actually has some natural width and thickness. The critical thing I got on this one was her length of hip. Like I'd like to open that hip up, change the dimension of that rump structure, but boy, if I could slide the things that she has, body shape, levelness of design, the way this all sits, and put some of the dimension and character and skeletal integrity of that one in terms of muscle, I think we're on the right track. So that's a give and take where you want to go. This one's leveler and a little neater in her body shape. To me, that one when it gets on a walk, length of hip, length of hind saddle, doability and performance. Really good pair. We could go back and forth. Give them a nice big round of applause. I thought this one from the rear view was really good. Length of hip, width and dimension. Thought this one had an advantage over that one in terms of the structure to its hip, the length to its hip, and its hind saddle. I got a little more critical of this one. She gets a little more prominent in terms of her breastplate. Doesn't stay as neat in that one, so she stood third, but that one was awfully nice. I thought this one's proportions, length, width, and height, levelness of design. Like to change the angle of that blade, open her up in terms of the top of her rump. But I thought in terms of basic fundamentals, that one kind of hit me fourth. This one I had a hard time reading this one because this one doesn't want to cooperate. But this one's got a big loin, handles really, really good with a good forearm. I see some structure, I see some quality in that one. Just got to get that one to set up and cooperate a little bit better. That one could go farther up. Really good class. Let's give these individuals a nice big round of applause. You're welcome. Sorry.
Results of Class 1 hair sheep. In first, Harper Druenmiller. Second, Kane Rich. Third, Collins Rich. Fourth, Addison Schneider. Fifth, Coy Kernwelge. Sixth, Jackson Weiss. 7, Connor Schmidt. 8, Blair Marshall. 9, Holden Gideon. And 10, Elena Kernwelge.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
really good class, and I don't think there's a bad one in this class. And if you wanted to change the bottom and 3 or 4 or 5 of those, it wouldn't bother me. A lot of good, fundamentally good, handled fairly good, and so we pulled them all in, and I don't think we've pulled the class in all day. I do like this one quite a bit. I think just the basic fundamentals for me, out on the corners, up on its toes, longer than it is tall, has some length of body, some dimension to its body. It's got some form, some width of skeleton, some squareness. And this one handles like a dream. Very nice young lady. Very, very good. Let's give this crew and this young lady very well presented, very well fed, really good livestock. Give that young lady a big round of applause. I like this one in second. I thought it was close. I actually thought that one was a little square shape to his spine and a little more dimensional. Didn't think this one got out on the walk as good and stayed as level and square. I thought this one was better on his hind legs than the one that we have in 3. But I think that's really close in terms of first and second and how you wanted to go. Just thought that one was a little neater in terms of the way that he moved out. Probably cooperated a little bit better too. Really like this one. Young man's working hard. Handles good, square built. Got a little more critical of his hind leg structure and the way that he tracks comparatively than first and second. Like to lengthen him out in his hip, change the set to his hock, and make him take a longer stride and then yet be square from behind. Does that make sense? But a really nice one there in 3. Then we got 4 and 5, and I love the presentation of this one. I love the way that she handles right here, and good in the way that she handles in terms of cutability, has some length in terms of her loin. Like to make her a little more dimensional at the top of her rump, like to give her more dimension down low. But I thought in terms of presentation, quality, front end skeletal design, I thought that one was very nice. This one, when this one gets stuck, looks good. I think there's some weatherly type show sheep in this one, especially from his last rib back. When I got my hands on this one outside of a hard brace, not quite as muscular. I got a little more critical in terms of his lower chest floor and the way when he gets out and walks. But really good class. I think there's some gives and takes. I really like the one we start with, and I really like the one in 2. I think you can go and you can trade them back and forth. But a great set of kids with a really good set of sheep. Give them a nice big round of applause and a nice job.
Results of Class 2 hair sheep. In first place, J.C. Burrow. Second, Landon Jacoby. Third, Colton Kanazy. Fourth, Nora Alaman. Fifth, Kelton Bush. Sixth, Harper Druenmiller. Seventh, Elena Kernwelge. Eighth, Colton Kanazy. Ninth, Augusta Seelig. And 10th, Michaela Kernwelge.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Really, really good class and a fun one to judge, and really high quality in these top 4 and top 3. And there's things I'd like that I really like about some of them. I'd like to put on other ones, but to me, this one becomes, he can compete at a high level show sheep with these 3, but yet he's the most complete and well balanced. Like, again, out on the corners and up on his toes, his proportions are right. He handles fresh, he looks fresh. It's interesting how he walks around, because when I study his length of hip and depth of stifle and length of hock, I would see that that animal would cover his track. But I just, for whatever reason, he doesn't want to get out. But he sets up and he looks wide and he looks square. He's good in his chest. I think that's just really, really good livestock. And when you study him compared to the other 3, he just puts the most things together. And then he elevates to me where, even though these are really good, this one has to win the class, and he's really good. Nice job. Congratulations to you. Whoever bred that one and the crew behind him, give them a nice big round of applause. Second and third and fourth, I think it gets really close. There's things that I love about this one. But when I start studying him and putting them together, for a sheep that's got some frame size and grow, I like his length of hip, his length of hind saddle, his extension of front end. He's still opened up. I like that about him. Like to maybe give him more square shape relative to his size, make him a little fuller in terms of his rump, and maybe like to make him track out just a little wider from behind. But I thought this was a more complete sheep in terms of his breastbone, his shoulder blade, and the angle to his blade, and to me, he balances better. Very nice to you. Congratulations to that one in second. So many things I love about this one. His body shape, his squareness in terms of his back, He's boxy, he's square. I love all things about him. The amount of muscle he comes right out of here of his spine. I just would change his shoulder blade and his breastplate. It offsets his balance just a little bit. Maybe lengthen him out in his hip just a notch. But man, his body shape and lower stifle shape, there's things about that one that I like a lot about. And if you want to get him up a little bit, that doesn't bother me. Nice job to you. That one's very good as well. Young ladies 1 and 4th. Checks the boxes, dots the I's, and crosses the T's. When we get this one out of a hard brace, well, the positive things is lots of muscle, square, fresh, handles good, cutability, yield grade. All those things are good. Then when I start studying this one and we get him out on the walk, gets a little high here, a little low here, his top line, all of a sudden he becomes a little finer boned. He's the narrowest based up front of the 4. There's just a few things where this one doesn't. The skeletal system and blueprint's right. He's got muscle, cutability's right. Body shape need to change. The angle to his blade needs to change. But there's so many good things about that one. If you thought that one was more complete and correct in his front end structure than that one, wouldn't bother me. So good job to you, young lady. That's one you should be proud of. Again, my hat's off and congratulations, whoever bred that one. Those top 4 are really good. Those are really good hair sheep. I don't judge a lot of them. I'm not around them, but that's good livestock. My hat's off to all the breeders involved in these 4. Really, really good. Give them a nice big round of applause. Then we got 5. I like the width and the stoutness. I like the body shape, right? The structure of that one reads good. When I get on top of this one, though, kind of narrows and tapers to it hooks to pins. Like to maybe change the angle to that blade and lay a little more muscle right there. But fundamentally, thought that one has width, dimension, structure. I think that's a nice animal as well. We could talk about a lot of them. I really liked this one over here. I just don't care for his hind legs. It just totally bothers me, his hind legs. And you can, you got up as far as you can, because when we judge these, conformation, muscle's the most important. But I couldn't get him any farther in terms of his hind leg structure. But you're better than the rest of those in terms of market animal. We just couldn't get ahead of these. Maybe that one could have been 5th, but his hind leg bothered me. But a great set of kids, really good set of class. Give them a nice big round of applause.
First call, Class 1 medium wolves. First call, Class 1 medium wolves. Results of Class 3 hair sheep. In first, Riker Paget. Second, Brody Raider. Third, Brody Raider. Fourth, Hadley Maynard. Fifth, Jack Eckert. 6, Knox Paget. 7, Jeep Collins. 8, Jeep Collins. 9, Coy Krimwelge. 10, James Lackey. 11, Allison Lindig, and 12, Michaela Krimwelge.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles. New and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at VogelTractors.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
Really good division, and our hair sheep didn't give up any in terms of level of competition Again, animals that are well built, they got muscle, they got structure, they got dimension, the proportions are right. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. When I get down to it, though, there's, I think, a couple of them that kind of need to go champion reserve. I think you could consider another one, but when you start studying the shoulder structure and the way it's blended into the body, just not quite as good in terms of his breastbone. But we're going to use this one to be champion. Give this individual a nice big round of applause. And this guy's just built better up front than that one, so this one's going to be reserved. Give him a nice big round of applause.
Last call, Class 1 medium wolves. Last call, Class 1 medium wolves. Your champion hair sheep was exhibited by Riker Paget, and your reserve champion hair sheep was exhibited by Brody Rader. First call, Class 2 hair sheep, or Class 2 medium wolves. First call, Class 2 medium wolves.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal
All
friends.
champion
We love our
and
clients,
reserve
patients,
champions.
and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Billy Pride Uber Alice.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Vogel Tractors, high-quality tractors, construction machines, and utility vehicles. New and used equipment and attachments from Rhino, Armstrong Ag, Industrious America, and more. Vogel Tractors specializes in 20 to 150 horsepower tractors, as well as skid steers, excavators, and more. All machines field-tested, shop-inspected, and serviced to exceed expectations. Online at VogelTractors.com or give us a call, 830-644-1400.
really good class, an outstanding one to win the class. Again, the blueprint's right, structure, dimension, opened up, out on the corners, longer than he is tall. Fits all the boxes, really good show sheep. I think that one's an outstanding one to win the class. Hard to breed. Like that one a bunch. Congratulations, whoever bred him. Nice job to you, young lady, and the whole crew behind that one. Give her a big round of applause as she wins this class very, very easily. I think the decision, second, third, and fourth. The lamb in second, though, when you study her, again, comparatively, the 3 and 4, more dimension, more width, more spread. Still got some base width. Looks good. I think when you study that one in terms of the structure down low, in terms of forearm, width of base, set to their hock, you can tell that that one's just not quite in the same league as that one. I thought that this one just had a little more openness to her cage, a little more dimension down her top than this one. Thought this one had a better set to her hock. I like her freshness and cutability and youthfulness, and that's why I put her over this one. I like her body shape, her touch, her tone, her content, her yield grade. I'd like to make her a little stouter maybe in terms of her bone work just a little bit, but I think that's an outstanding sheep and very well presented. 4, I like its length of hip and hind saddle. Pretty good in terms of shape and angle. Pretty good on its feet and legs. Probably looks a little bit more like a breeding female, but I think if you feed this one harder, get it more on a program, a little more condition, I think skeletally I read a lot of good in that one. Nice job to you. I think this sheep is very interesting. Long, level, good shape, really long loin, got some length to hip, out on the corners. Just like to drop that one in its flank, get a little longer on feed, belly down a little bit more, but some interesting things about that one. But a great class, a great one to start the class. Give these young kids a big round of applause.
Results from Class 1 medium wolves. First, Jacqueline Ray. Second, Dayton Schumann. Third, Hampton Hale. Fourth, William Hayes Chamberlain. Fifth, Crease Sellers. Sixth, Cecile Peschick. Seventh, Colton Cromer. First call, Class 3 medium wolves. First call, Class 3 medium wolves. Last call, Class 3 medium wools. Last call, Class 3 medium wools.
What a great class and outstanding individuals. The top two extremely. The one in third is really, really good. He just needs to be a little bigger rumped to compare with these two. And that one in four, I think, is a high-quality female, a little bit more on the breeding aspect. That's a real terminal one in five that I like. The one in six. I like these two right here quite a bit. And if you could take some of the superlatives that she has in terms of muscle and squareness, take some of the structure and bone that this one has, but man, I like this one a bunch. He's up on his toes, he's square built, he's got some width of chest, he's got muscle and dimension, but I think the more you feed him, he's only gonna get better. Like this is a good weight for him, but I think he can handle more. And I mean, the muscle, the length, to put all that together and make it blend like that, that's really hard to do. Nice job, young lady. Relax a little bit. I know he's really good, but you make me nervous, right? I get excited judging him, but he's really, really good. But the more you get nervous, the more you're going to make him nervous. And the higher level shows that you go to, some of those judges don't give you as much time. So relax, because you've got a really, really good one. Let's give this young lady, whoever bred that one, the crew behind that one, an outstanding job. That is a beautiful looking sheep. I love the natural spread and dimension of muscle that this one lays, and still has that kind of angularity and femininity. She's out on the corner. She's up in her toes. I love the big dimension, that the width of the hip. I'd like to lengthen this hip just a little bit. I'd like to put a little more structure in foot and bone, but other than that, I would take her home. I would own her in a heartbeat, because that is really good livestock. And if you wanted to put her first, that wouldn't bother me. Nice big round of applause to you, young lady. Give that crew a nice big round of applause, because that's a really, really good one. And I like this one in third. His extension, his front end, his top shape, his dimension. The problem is when I got off of him about 40 feet and you studied him at the ground from the rear, this one just didn't have enough length of rump, dimension of rump, and width from behind to compare to those two when we got off of them. But man, I really like that sheep, and give that crew a nice big round of applause, because that one's really, really nice. And like we said in four, I think this is a very nice, structurally correct kind of an individual that gives you a lot of usefulness and versatility as a female, and still makes a good market animal. I like her correctness. Nice job to you. We talked about this one being super terminal. Probably could use a little more time on feed to get that loin edge and everything, but boy, he is truck full of muscle, big rack, good skin. Great class, great set of kids. Let's give them our appreciation.
Results from Class 2 medium wools. First, Adeline Eilers. Second, Dayton Schumann. Third, Clayton Knazy. Fourth, Kaylee Burrier. Fifth, Colton Knazy. Sixth, Kaylin Woolsey. Seventh, Nora Alaman. Eighth, Matthew Priest. Ninth, Matthew Priest. First call, Class 4 medium wools. First call, Class 4 medium wools. Last call, Class 4 medium wools. Last call, Class 4 medium wools.
Really, really good class. And this has been fun because some of these classes come out and you're like, ooh, I like that one. I like that one. He's pretty cool. He's dialed in today. He looks the part. He walks the part. You've done a fantastic job with him. We'll talk about him more a little later. But congratulations, you, the crew, and the breeder, because that one is really good. And this one's really good. He's just not cooperating on that one front leg, and he don't want to trot out and look good. But there is a lot of good about this sheep in terms of squareness and dimension, body shape. We just got to get that sheep to walk out with his head up, get up on that left front leg, and get out there and look more correct. But that's a really, really good one, especially stuck. Give that crew a nice big round of applause. And then third, fourth, and fifth, you could go back and forth. I probably like things about this one's handling quality, but I thought this one on the walk had a little more depth of body, but I had this one third, but he just looks too hollow on the walk, but he probably is the third. This one still looks a little bit more market ready for a market animal. Let's give 3, 4. 5's a good sheep. Need to drop him in his flank, give him a little more width of base, but I think that's a good sheep as well. Great set of kids. Phenomenal animal to win the class. A really good one in second. Let's show them our appreciation. Nice big round of applause.
Results from Class 3 medium wools. In first, Rayleigh Byer. Second, Trip Barnett. Third, Kaylee Burrier. Fourth, Abigail Bond. Fifth, Clayton Kanazy. 6, Gunnar Reed. 7, Braxton Maynor. 8, Cecile Pescick.
Hi, my name is Anders Ecker, and we want to invite you and your furry friends to visit Fredericksburg Veterinary Center. Our mission is to create a comfortable environment where we treat your animals as if they were our own. Everyone has been working hard to design a new building with more space to provide the best care to all of our animal friends. We love our clients, patients, and especially our Battling Billies. So come see Dr. Neil Eckert, Dr. Morgan Donsbach, and Dr. Lana Bush for all of your veterinary needs. Billy Pride Uber Alice.
Hi.
What a phenomenal class. There's not a bad lamb in here. I mean, every one of these is good. The top one is really, really good. The second one, I mean, I'm just telling you, that is a phenomenal sheep. But if you shove those two sheep in the same package, and I mean, and she is good rumped. For that kind of skeletal system, she is good rumped. And she tracks wide enough. But you put the hind saddle on this one and the rump structure in that one, whew. And then the front end, I mean, there is so many good things in these sheep. And then the power and dimension of that one. But these top two, compared to the one in third, they're just more attractive, better to look at, and they're better built. And I think when you compare the top two, you take this ewe lamb right here, and to look like that, and to walk in the ring like that, and have that kind of front end and base width, and lay that kind of muscle right there with that kind of forerib and still long, whew. And I thought her rump structure was really good, and I thought she tracked good in terms of her track. But when you throw this one's monster hip in here in terms of width and the way that ties into there for a wether at that size, but I thought she was better right here. A little better there. And for that sheep to be this big, he probably needs to have more there. I wish he'd track his hind leg a little bit better. But that's being critical of two extremely good sheep. Let's give the breeders, the crew, the kids a phenomenal big round of applause, because those are two phenomenal sheep. Congratulations, and I'm glad to be a part of it and judge them. Big, nice job. Opened up, dimension, structure, got lots of muscle, handles good. Everything's good about this one. It's just now we got to refine it. Got to take that little pencil and start just erasing just a little bit, making that one walk around just a little bit better. But that's being critical of such a good one. Just like to change that one in his skeletal design and make him walk around like those two. Easier said than done. Nice job to you, young lady. Very well presented. That's a big-time sheep as well. Congratulations and good luck to you. Then we get into 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, 8th, and 9th, and 10th. Thought this was the next best one in terms of 4th, in terms of levelness, squareness, dimension of rib, feet and leg structure. When I started comparing him to the top 3, though, when you study him in terms of composition and cutability, he wasn't quite as good. When I got up in front of him, he had a little more in terms of his breast. I just questioned him in terms of his condition just a notch. But I thought he was the next best one in terms of 4. Not as big rumped as 3 and 2. I like this one's length of body and stoutness and big rump. He gets a little easy here for me. He gets a little more open in terms of his blade. If you wanted to switch that pair, you can. I just thought that one gathered himself just a little bit better. But big pinned, opened up, stout, like that one a bunch. Thought this was a really good sheep, and we had him down there, and he's high quality, and he's got big, fluffy legs, and he's heavy bone, and he reads the same blueprint. But when we got off of him, he was the narrowest hipped one. He was the narrowest based one. And then when we studied him up front, he was the narrowest based and splayed out, and might have been the least stout in terms of his form. But I do think that is a very, very good sheep. I think that one looks really good stuck. I think he walks around pretty good, but when you get on top of that one, you realize that he's not quite as wide in terms of dimension. And even if he's in a different class in terms of weight, I just didn't think he was quite as wide and square at the ground. Got two really heavy muscled sheep that I think are really good if you wanted to move them up a little farther. I just didn't think they stayed quite as good in terms of on the walk when we have enough muscle. Big frame, long-bodied one to end the class I still think is really good. Give these kids a big round of applause. What a great class and a lot of fun to judge.
Results from Class 4 medium wools. First place, Caden Claypack. Second, Hudson Hale. Third, Talon Toch. Fourth, Riker Pageant. Fifth, Talon Toch. Sixth, Hanson Eilers. 7, Rayleigh Byer. 8, Leo Eilers. 9, Knox Pageant. And 10, Braylon Jacoby. First call for all breed champions and breed reserve champions to the holding area. First call for all breed champions and reserve breed champions to the holding area. Last call for all champion and breed reserve champions to the holding area. Last call for all breed and reserve breed champions to the holding area.
What a great set of black-faced sheep. It's been a lot of fun. This has been a great show. High level at some of these ends in every class, but it's nice when you get these class winners out here. And, you know, I got a blueprint. That's what I go by. That's what I like. You know, there's some gives and takes. You got to, you know, draw a line in the sand because it's not easy to make these, you know what I mean? When you want that kind of structure, that kind of dimension, you want them longer than they are tall, you want the rib design, the muscle, the way it lays on there. A lot of this stuff's a lot easier to talk about theoretically than it is basically. Hard to breed them. And so when you get these top four, and then there's one over there who's second heavyweight, those are really, really good ones. But even of those ones that are really, really good ones, there's three of them. And one in particular that will win, and then I think the biggest decision for me is what will be reserve. And you could go back and forth, but when I study them and I look at them, I think of the two that are fighting for reserve. I think there's one that's a little more dimensional when we study him up front. I think he's a little more dimensional in terms of his forearm relative to his size. I think that one has more muscle stacked behind his shoulder. He's not quite as long-rumped and big hip, but I think he handles his hind leg a little better. So, again, that was my thought process in coming in reserve, but the champion is phenomenal. We talked about her in class. Hard to do that. We could add some things on there, but that is an awesome individual. Young man, we're going to make your day champion in terms of the cross. And young lady, you're going to be reserve.
Winter, spring, summer, fall, HCP has it all. Everything you need and want for any season. Fireplaces, fire logs, heating for your home, and fire pits for the yard. Indoor and outdoor grills. Propane for your grill, your home, or your RV. From A to Z, everything propane for all seasons. Just ask us. Find us online at hillcountrypropaneinc.com or come to the showroom at 1240 State Highway 16 in Fredericksburg. Hill Country Propane Inc. Go propane.
Well, howdy, friends. This is Paige Finley from FBG and Billy's.Live. I want to tell you about some new friends I met at J4 Trailer, a family-owned Texas trailer dealer out 290 just east of Fredericksburg. They carry utility trailers, livestock trailers, cargo trailers, and if you're looking for all the bells and whistles, they can custom build just about anything. Food trucks, car haulers, trash, or landscape trailers, whatever you need. Give them a call today, 830-997-9969, J4 Trailers. That's where I got mine.
Ours. Champion Hair Sheep exhibited by Riker Paget. And Champion Medium Wool exhibited by Caden Claypack. Reserve Champion Fine Wool Market Lamb exhibited by Anthony Eilers. Reserve Fine Wool Cross exhibited by Kendall Staling. Reserve Southdown exhibited by Knox Paget. Reserve Hair Sheep exhibited by Brody Rader, and Reserve Medium Wool exhibited by Rayleigh Byer.
Okay. What a wonderful set of sheep. It's been a lot of fun today. It looks like every one of these, I was asking them, where's your sheep targeted for a major stock show? So I'm happy that they're all going to a major stock show. The ewe lambs, I hope they go because they look really, really good. But the wethers, they're all going, and they got a plan, and I think that's great. And I wish you the best of luck. I really do. I think that's what a wonderful opportunity that the state of Texas gives their kids and promote this program. You know, you go to the local, then you go to the district, then you go to the majors, and it's just awesome. It's what you do. It's your family, and that's what it's all about. You know, and I'll make this quick, but when I was your age, I used to love going to 4-H meetings, but I don't really remember a lot about the meeting. I like the barbecue, the potlucks. I like playing basketball. I like playing football. We might have been wrestling with my friends. And so I don't ever remember standing up in a 4-H meeting and doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't ever remember giving the 4-H pledge. And I'll probably get a little emotional because I get emotional. But our youngest daughter's in 4-H, and she's in FFA. And she is way more, pays attention than I did when I was a boy her age. But if you were to ask her, she probably doesn't remember, or she doesn't, I think she goes through the motion and pays attention to, she has respect for the flag and she has respect for the 4-H motto. But I like going to them because I think back in my life, I'm like, wow, you know, standing there for our flag and our country. And then when you give the 4-H motto, you know, what is it? I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to greater service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. You know, our forefathers were pretty smart guys, you know, and the fundamentals and the principles, and if you go in your life and you live by that, and then maybe the first 15 words in the FFA creed, you know, I believe in the future of agriculture. Just say that, I believe in the future of agriculture, with a faith born not of words but of deeds. If you're somebody that's actions speak louder than your words, and you lived with your heart, you give with your hands, and you give back to your community, you are going to be a positive citizen in society. And yes, we talk about these winners, and it's exciting, and the work that they do. This is the short-term success, that we come here and we reward them for what they've done and the work they've put into it, to this project. But the long-term success, that's when every kid in this barn is important, and that each and every individual adult realizes that every kid is a part of this village, because the long-term success is when those kids become productive citizens in society. That's the most important. And like I said when they introduced me today, I'm a big believer, because our two boys, they're not perfect, but they're good people because of this program. So thank you very much for having me. I enjoy judging in Texas. You got really, really good livestock. You guys are competitive, and I enjoy it. So I'm going to pick you a champion in reserve. I wish you the best of luck, whatever majors you go to. God bless you, and peace be with you. Amen. Thank you very much.
Your Grand Champion Lamb was exhibited by Caden Claypack, and your Reserve Grand Champion Lamb was exhibited by Rayleigh Byer.